The Out There channel.
Please sub and share.
Searching for the truth. UFOs, aliens, greys and ufology. Real images, real stories, real videos, real cases, researched and investigated by professionals in the field and cutting-edge discoveries. Multiple witnesses, abduction accounts brought to you by Team The Out There channel. Good to be back. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Action.
Hello. It's been a rough morning for me. Been really sick. Dry reaching. Horrible. I think there's something wrong inside of me. Who knows? This could be my last stream. Not anybody would care. Ufology. Okay, looks like we've got suddenly 3 people join us. Say hi down the side if you're around. Type comments. Yeah, I forgot to do that. Come on, catch up, computer. Still need a better computer. But I've been spending it on other bits and pieces. I went to the dentist again. And I bought some cameras. Yeah, cost of living. I'll see the doctor in a couple of days. But it looks like my insulin's going to run out a day soon. Well, have to see what I can do, I guess. If I don't eat, then you don't really need insulin. Who needs food? Alright, so let's just type this up. Hey Jasper, how's it going? You're about the only one that's on the side chat. So, let's see what we can do today. Like I said, I'm only about 60% my full self. It's so bad I could only drink water. And that's pretty disgusting now, because they add in chlorine, is it? Into the water. I only introduced it this year, I think it was. And I normally didn't need it. Let's bring that up again. B Baker is here as well. 2 out of 2,600 people that sub to me. I don't know. It's kind of, I don't know why people sub if they're not really interested in what you have to say, or show, I should say. I'm more of a show channel than a chat channel. But yeah, Better post that one up too and kick it off. I don't know if it's also a flu bug going around or a stomach bug going around still. On top of all my other problems, it's enough to confuse the hell out of you what to do, isn't it? I think it might be a good idea just to come for the immune pills, just so the immune system fight it. They can't be very good for you if you can't have children for 2 years. That stays in your system for 2 years, apparently. They didn't tell me that before giving it to me. We just put you on these pills. Yeah, great. Anyway. They were trying to probably reduce the world population. This conspiracy, it may not be such a conspiracy after all. Yeah, what's the thing going? So yeah, a few tabs here, but yeah, where do we begin? At the beginning, people say. GUFON. Can we start with him first? Let me just refresh my memory what it was. I think it must be some UFO video.
Orange or yellow.
Hey, so this rings a bell. So just looking at that picture there, what would you say it was? A triangle shape with some lights on it. Coloured lights, which possibly LEDs, right? So yeah, where's he begin that one? About there, is it? Here we go. Let's just play it. I'll keep it that way.
Well, I don't think it's a kite.
Straight away into the wrong answer, but anyway, just carry on.
But it could be a drone or something.
Oh, yeah, so there was a clue there was in focus. This is typical UFO videos where they never get anything into focus. Gabba would be shouting, screaming, "Get it in focus!" But you can see here, if we go back, there was a frame there where it was just in focus, I think. Out there, that's the closest we've got. So you can see here, looks like LEDs are radiating outwards, right? And we've seen this one before lots of times, but not this particular video. No, it's not a drone. I don't think it's got the volume
Drone
muted.
or something. It looks cool.
Yeah, it's from third phase, is it? So we got music in the background, have we?
Yeah, I think it's up there. You know, I think the object it's out of focus too.
So just a 2-minute search instead of gabbing about it would solve it. So it's not a kite. So that's the first thing to look at, because often frauds mislead you away from the real answer. Kite, LED, and they can be either RC remote controlled or on a TEFA called a fishing line or kite line. You can get Teflon, not Teflon, is it? Kevlar, I mean. Kevlar with Teflon coating, so it sort of slips for kites now. So yeah, I got a spool of the stuff. It's very, very strong and it's very thin rope. So yeah, so let's just type that in there and go to images. Of course, we know Google has changed it a wee bit. So let's just go through. So we've seen in one of the frames there, it looks like LEDs rotating outwards in a circle. And here's one possibility already, but it looks like It's badly out of focus. Looks like it might be even transparent, that one though. Looks like we got an arm of a kite going up this way. So we need a better image. Looks like the same image here. So it's not quite that one, but it's got the right pattern. Here's another one that's got the pattern. And here's another one with the same pattern. So just keep on going. There might be better images that we can look at. So here we go. Triangle shape, but it's all black. Keep on going. Here we go. That one looks like the best match so far. So it's not a kite, guys. 6.5 meters. Let's just click on that one. This is how you do research, people. Hey. So is it that one or a variation of that one? Looks like we've got a hole there. Got the bits going there.
The guy's way out of.
And if you run it through some filters, it almost looks like a bit going this way. See, that looks like grey there. So we'd have to open up the filters. Where's it distribute to? It move places. So let's see what we can do with this sucker. We can start to see more what looks like part of the kite, even though it's really bad lit. There's not much we can do with that one, but if we play the video we might see more of it reflect the light or something. Now you can see it's fitting more of a triangle shape now. It's a TR3B. No. I can make it into a yellow color. Yeah, I don't think we can do much with that. Just a matter of finding the better place, I suppose. And just keep on playing it.
Sucks.
So it looks like no LED lights going backwards here. So, and look at that, no LEDs going backwards. And look, we got this grey, which would blend in quite nicely with the sky color. So I think we found a match. I don't think I'd have to run it through editors and overlay it, do I? So what do you think on that one? John, how's it going? Let's just catch up in the comments. Drone or kite? Yeah, 100% this kite. Someone put LEDs on their bot. Nope. Someone, yeah, okay, typo. Welcome to Paul's World. Paul, what's happening? Paul, UFO, butterfly UFO. Yeah, so it's 4.5 meters. That's quite a big kite, isn't it? So that would be like 4 guys' width, probably as high as them. It's a fairly big kite. So probably have a few cables coming off that to keep it stabilized. But I know you can get the RC version of that where they put propellers on it and they just fly it around like a plane. Yes, I mean, yes, you should change your name to yes. This is great. I like the way you go through. Yep. This is the way normally investigators should operate, though. Alright. To really home it, I could overlay it on the video, right? And get it 100% match. And of course, GUFON's tagline is No one's the expert. No one can solve this. They could say it's a kite, but they can't prove it beyond doubt. Well, I think you can look for pattern matching pretty well if you've got a decent enough image, and there are some clues in this that matches up with what I'm showing you here. And you can see here the straight edges now, and you can see part of that grey is blending in. It's probably reflecting some of the background light, so it blends in with the sky. Maybe that might even be clear, slightly clear, because we saw one of the kites had this pattern on it too, and it was a clear kite but yeah, it could easily be clear, you know.
That's why it's probably a fake. I don't know.
Fake.
I think it
was.
Look.
No, I'm not being racist, guys. That was just a filter. That's hilarious. So that's all I really wanted to show of this clown. I think that was about it. So we just kick off that one. Clown School thinks it's a fake. Yeah, that's why he's true for ufology, guys. That's why you send him lots of money, because that's what you want to get your answers to. It's hilarious, guys. We got this one from Gabba. So I spent like half an hour looking at it. So let's see. Have we got the video link? Here is it. Buckle up. Yeah. So when he said there's a hunter video, and I saw a still of it, I thought it was this one from 2021, which was a real hunting video of a bunch of balloons, basically, is what I analysed it as. I'll just play a clip of it just to remind you. Buckle up, people. What one that's yeah, so I can't remember whereabouts it was now. It's been so long ago. And that's when I had the double cursor bug, which still exists, but I found a way around it. But the later versions of this program gets around my workaround, unfortunately. It's the closest that he gets. And they want more money for the program, so I won't be updating. That's the furthest. Whereabouts was it? What's it say there? It's fighting me for the mouse zoom again. Let me just fix it up. I hate these browsers that think the horizontal scroll wheel should be there right to it. Is it working again? Sometimes it doesn't work. No, didn't kick in. Try again. The mouse should have higher priority than anything, but somehow Mozilla, Chromium, thinks it should have the highest priority of the mouse control when you're hovering over the the browser. But Chrome does it too, because they're all using Chromium. Yeah, so back to that. I think it might be working. Let me just see. Oh yeah, here we go. So UFO passes by as one blowgun, a bobcat. What's that mean? Yes, doesn't say, does it? Probably have to scroll down. But yeah, apparently they filmed something in the sky just as they're getting set up for hunting. And you can't quite see it, but it's there. They got They've got a high professional camera here, but it hasn't got a big enough photo.
You can see on slow motion it was a lot easier in the super zoom. So let's just grab that one and have a look at it fresh.
So you can see how small it is.
I know this one will probably take up quite a lot of time to analyze it.
But yeah, I'll post a link to it in case you're not seeing that one. But I do my usual analysis on it, try and figure out whether it's a character balloon or a bunch of balloons. But I think it turns out to be black and white, a bunch of balloons from Sweden by the looks of it. Copy from there. So, hunting UFO. Now people, they were saying that the wind was blowing into their faces on the video, but the balloon was going the opposite direction. They're thinking that it was going into the wind. But when you are in a valley like that, with mountain ranges or hills or whatever, the air current seems to change directions around valleys. So it could easily, when it's higher up, have the wind go in the complete opposite direction to what you are at ground level or below sea level or whatever. Hunter UFO number 1. So yeah, if you go through this one, I'll do my normal analysis on it. Different filters until something pops out. But you can see what we can get from the video, even at 1080p, wasn't terribly great. But does it look like a UFO even on that one? You know. I should mute that. So you can see it was spinning around, right? So you're getting the black and white happening on this one. And you can sharpen it up and run it through filters, and it kind of looks like something like that in the end. And it kind of looks like a white balloon behind. Still blurry there, but still processing it. And there we go, it's rotated around again. You see, look, now we're getting reflection of one of these balloons at the top. It's probably a black balloon with some sunlight hitting it. Another balloon with some sunlight hitting it that direction. Another one there. Another one there. Probably another one behind. It's quite a few balloons actually. Looks like 2 little round ones here. Could even have some star balloon there or something. So yeah, I'm not sure we got any better. I was just trying to work out, could it be like one of these character balloons where it's got an arm, a strange head, but I think it's just pareidolia, where you like to see faces. Alright, so I thought maybe it could be a person with a head and an arm going this way, right? Again, it's pareidolia, I think. I think it's just a bunch of balloons. But yeah, go and have a watch of that one if you want to. So onto this one here, comes from UFO S4. It's not actually by him. It's actually a MUFON case. So I did some research on it and found the MUFON number, and I found a frame of the original video that hasn't been mucked around with. This was mucked around with, and it looked like a Chinese lantern or ancient lantern instead of this image here, which has got a lot of reflections on it. So it's not the quite right angle, but yeah, you can see here the dark bit here would have to be around more, and then you're getting that side reflecting, and you're seeing a bit of that reflecting. But yeah, I didn't bother enhancing it and anything like that. I just took a normal frame, and to me I could see the reflection patterns and the dark patterns matched a Mylar cube balloon, and looks like maybe one balloon dangling down that may be popped, and that might be the reason it's dragging it downwards. Yeah, I'm not sure how much they cost. I think they can be different sizes again. What's this one? What happened there? Alright, add. So yeah, if you type in Mylar cube balloon, I probably don't need to put helium in. We can get various ones. You can see different colors, slightly different shapes, and different curvatures. And if you look at some of these, they haven't got the camera light reflecting off them as much when they took the pictures. But yeah, I think I'll use something like that one there. But you can see how reflective they are, and they've got little black bits down in the corners. But yeah, where's the video? Sorry, let's go back. Oh, I'll come back to that one. Whereabouts did I find it? Oh, here we go. No, yeah, here we go. That one has been messed with. It's a MUFON case. So there we go. We've got a MUFON number. It was a very strange cube floating in the air. Well, not people realise that Mylar can be crazy shapes. So here's the original video. Okay, so you compare the color quality there and the light saturation to S4's. You can see it looks nothing like it. Okay, so that means he's dimmed it down and all that, which again is not good, because you normally have to show the original video before you start mucking around with it and then do a comparison. Yeah, so it's sort of deceptive, right? Alright, so can you see what they're filming with the spud cam? You can see there's some plants in the way here with white heads on them, by the looks of it. So there we are, we've got one pin of light right here, so he's probably used digital zoom to zoom in on it. And it also looks like a low cloud cover here, right? A lot of mist. Now, what's he got there? A monocular. So, unfortunately, he probably isn't recording with that. There we go. Someone's zooming in digital zoom, by the looks of it. That's what we got to work with, guys. Spud cam, it's just a crap video, isn't it? So he would have seen with his headset there that it was actually a cube, because you can't see that very well from the smartphone footage. They don't seem to be too worried about it, probably because it's too far away, but they still had binoculars. So kind of weird that they simply just film it and walk away. To me, you normally film it until it disappears, right? I think that's it. So yeah, what can you do with it, guys? Well, I think I did my best with it. So let's see if I can zoom in on the screen here. Alright, so let's just step up frame by frame. Oh, we can't do it like that. We have to open it up and where's it gone? I screwed it up. You have to open it and we can't. Is it a Twitter one? So can we open it up? It's uploaded to Twitter, isn't it? So yeah, it makes it really hard to do step by step, doesn't it? Is that Twitter or is that some of us? How can we find out? Copy video address. Let's have a look. They do make it hard to analyze. We'll probably have to go to the MUFON and download it probably. It's YouTube. Here we go. That is a YouTube one. No, that's mine. Hey, what happened there? I didn't cut it. I didn't cut it. Let's try that again. No, that's weird, isn't it? I said copy it. It's always problems, always. Copy! 3 times, if not, we'll have to try and find it. Oh, we can't look it up on MUFON anymore, can we? UFO Stalker lost partnership and it's been taken down. And we can't do a search on MUFON. Yeah, so we have to use this crappy video. Let's see, we can go full screen. We'll try our best with it. We have to do it this way. There you go, look. There you can see it spinning. I like to step it frame, but I'm not going to be able to do it. You can see it spinning, right? And you can see there, the one below it looks more circular now. There. And it's smaller. And now it looks like a square shape and a circle shape. It's got a slight line there. Again, it looks like, if I can point to it, it looks like it's got a little seam line going down there and the 2 reflective sides and a circular shape. And it's a misty background there, which it's probably going through mist, makes it even harder. Now you've got motion blur and corruption of the video here. Camera artifact. And you can see it's rotating still with the air current, obviously. Now there was one there and he moved at the same time. Okay, so maybe that's where the one I grabbed, was it? Probably the clearest one so far. Now it looks like it's facing towards us, the bubbly bit of that cube balloon. Now let's zoom back out. And you can see it's into the cloud there. So that's probably why they gave up on it. Looks like it's the cloud's coming down. I'm going to lose sight of it. So, yeah. What can we do with it? Not terribly much, huh? And we can't step it for the best snap very well. Now let's just grab that one. It seems to always want to get, seems to be best on that one. That's no problem, isn't it? I'd have to use my screen grabber to grab it. Yeah, I can't do it. Might stuff upstream. Let's see. Might be able to. Let me just try. Don't know if the stream will pause or anything. There you go. Not sure if the stream's still glitched or anything. So we can just run that through paint.net. Now I've got it in the clipboard. If MUFON wasn't such a dirtbag company now, we could just simply search it up like we used to in the old days and process it properly. And we better look at the description, time of day, which way they're looking, all the stuff that you don't get on fraud channels, right? Paste in a new image. Alright, so scale it up. Potato, yes, Baker, you got it. This is why it's on UFO channels, I guess. So let's just scale it up. I don't think we can do much with it. Contrast. You can see when you dim it down, it has got reflective sides and a bit where it's less reflective. And we know it was cube shape in some of the frames, but we know that the Mylar cube is not true thing. It looks like it's sort of got some roundness happening here, right? Just like in the cube. But yeah, you can see it's really reflective. Right, turn it right down there. And you can see the center pit. Alright, so we got some compression artifacts as well. It's not helping around the top here. But there, what's this down here? Is it a circular one? It kind of looks like it could be, or even maybe could be a star one. It's obviously joined together. But this is what we're getting down to, guys. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Maybe 8 pixels by 8 pixels there. And another 8 by 10 there by looks of it. It's not worth your time mucking around with this. I'm pretty sure my matching head brain, super brain, has already worked it out 3-dimensionally in my head, watching all the frames as it was rotating. Some people can do it, some people can't. So we see there's not much color range. A strange pattern there with the fog behind it, right? Oop. Almost looked like a face coming out. Pareidolia again. Yeah, that's all whites, blacks. Go up here. Shows up all the fog behind it. Yeah, it's just crap in it. Probably have to take all the frames and sort of add it together, probably. With that special software, I can't remember what it was called now. I normally do it manually. I'll just take all the frames and just overlay it and make it into an animated GIF. And once you got it animated, zoomed in, and you can spin it around. But unfortunately, I can't do that, and it probably would take me an hour to do it, probably. So yeah, it looks like something circular here. Looks like it could be a line coming down. I don't think it's anything to do with aliens. It would also be good if MUFON made what their outcome was, because they would have gone maybe even on the same track. Depends how hardcore they are. Investigator, I guess. Yeah, where did I post it? Down here. So this is another frame we had. Did I save it? Was I save it? And I'll load that one in. I'll catch up in the side comments in a minute. Just save that. I did actually reach out to a MUFON person, but as usual, they don't reply to me. This is the problem we have with ufology. Not everybody's in the same team to be able to solve it. And we're all sort of fighting each other, which is a bit of a shame. Alright, so what can we do with this one? I've got the balloon there. It's equally as bad as the other one, right? So you'd have to rearrange this one better. I'm not sure if we can do it. How do we do this? Copy and paste a new layer, and then we can go layers, rotate, and we should be able to play around with it. Yep. So which way would it have to go? It would have to spin around this way if we can get it. So that's the problem. It would be good to have your own balloon, I guess, of all of them. Yeah, I don't know if we can bend it. Not in that box. What can we do? We have to go full screen, wouldn't we? Let's make it bigger and then we'll shrink it back down. I don't know if we can do it with the software. It's not going to come out, I don't think. It's a wee bit better now. Probably you'd have to go the other direction, really. We'll find another image. Looks to me like it might be that top bit, because this looks like it's more sunken in this side. Right, but it could be where it's been filmed. But it looks to me like that bit is that bit up there. Well, this bit is that bit there, and this side bit is that bit there, and the dark bit is where it's sort of joined together. Who would have thought making a cube model balloon is crazy, isn't it? Yeah, so let's move on, I think. I did my best with it. I think I did better than most people with it. But yeah. What's these guys talking about? Wow. That's not GUFON, is it? He says that. Wow. Here's the description. Anything there that's going to help us? I don't think so. Just turn and walk away. Well, it went to the fog. We could see it was getting to the fog. Anyone else? Yeah, so I reached out to T-Bay. Can you look that case up number and see if they determined this case to be 2 balloons like I did? No reply. I wish I could see better. Me too. On the Twitter, the video file is compressed. Here is the original file. Okay. So someone did actually find a link to it. Don't know what that is. Transfer ideas. Looks like someone trying to sell something to me. Stuff that. Oh, I thought it would. I checked the media file. Looks like an older camera. Well, didn't they have it on the MUFON case information? Kodak. Do Kodak still make cameras? I thought all the other competition overtook them. Nikon and what was the other one? Canon, isn't it? So they reckon it's a drop of dew, but we could see frame by frame that it's actually spinning, and dew does not do that. Hanging from a spider web. I don't think so. These guys were looking at it with their binoculars, mate. Did you not actually watch the video? I analysed that video from Oregon that is going around. I've tracked and isolated the background so it's stationary, and in the video I just scrubbing back and forth. It's not a UFO, it's clearly a drop of dew hanging from the thing. So where's his analysis? Is this it? Let's have a look. Okay. What the hell's he doing? That's not stabilized or anything. Yeah, the bush is moving as he's doing that. Crazy person. That's not proper analysis. I wonder what this guy is. He's not MUFON, is he? What's it say? Well, he's only got 535 followers. Can't be MUFON. So what the hell is he doing? It wasn't moving that fast. Why don't he slow it down? Well, if you look at it like that, though, it does look like it's a balloon going down and up and down and up. Well, it's actually slowly coming down, isn't it? Looks like it's coming on an angle. Yeah, I could do a lot better job than that, but if I had the original video. Looks like elk hunters using a drone. Why did you take the camera off it? Well, it says in the description. And if you look at it, it went to fog. Man, you should have zoomed in. He did. Didn't you hear the zoom going in? Or the digital zoom? Sure. He's posting it again. Fascinating case. I thought it was extremely crap and boring. A Cube UFO. Put balloon in there, mate. It's definitely not something you see every day. Well, obviously you don't. Object was affecting their focus and decision making. UFO Twitter world. Okay, let's move on to the better one. I don't know if there was probably better ones. Probably that one. But then again, it's got the wrong reflection this time. If you had the balloon, you could set it up in your backyard like Mick West does, and just make a film it at different distances until you get the same sort of effect. See, the one hanging below could be any of these, right? It's sometimes you don't get the color because the sun's reflecting off it. Could it have been a diamond shape like that one? It was actually, there's not really a, it's kind of a strange shape, this one. Ah, Batman balloon. No, not the Batman balloon. That's actually a heart-shaped balloon. I've gone through the analysis of it. Not anybody listens to me though. Yeah. Look at this one, pyramid upside. This is like the other one we're looking. So if you see that on a third phase video, you'll know you've seen it on this channel previously. Oh, I remember seeing that. That was a balloon, one of those special ones. Oh, different crazy shapes. Look at this one. Looks like it's lost some of its ear, or I don't know. Kind of looks crumpled a bit, doesn't it? Here's a close-up of that one. Look at that thing. That's crazy as well. Silver diamonds. Anyway. That's all we do in ufology, is look up balloons. Yeah, so I'll post a link to it and you can play the video from there. Then maybe you can sort out what the other link he posted goes to. It's probably one of those sites that shares a file for 7 days and then deletes it, and then it goes to the home page. That's my thinking on that one. What am I doing? Need that one. Alright. Hunter video 2. Of course, Gabbaroo wasn't really happy with my debunk on that, saying that I was a lazy researcher. Well, you can see the lengths I went to there. Actually talk to a MUFON person who doesn't want to talk to me anymore. He befriended GUFON, and that was the end of that, I suppose. And Earl Grey's too busy. So you might remember this one, the Chinese one, but before I carry on, I'll just catch up on the side comments. What have we got on here? Gabaroo. Yeah. I tried to look it up. But, yeah, I think I paused it enough between frames to see that it was spinning. And you could see that it was actually a cube shape in some and then distorted because of slight hand movement. Hey, Blue Jigger, how's it going? John P. Avengers, very similar. Yeah. There's so many variations of the cube one though, but I think I got the right one. It's believed Nephilims had better pattern recognition. What are you saying here? Skills which were vital for hunting. Yeah, our brains have evolved to identify stuff probably for hunting, like you say. Nowadays, I don't know what people use their skills for, but they certainly looking on their phones all the time, staring at things or gabbing to each other. Yabbing, I mean. Opposable thumbs just left GUFON's body out of shame. Yeah, I'm not sure what he's up to today. But yeah, probably be some more material that we can debunk because he can't do it. Because I'm a useless debunker, remember. I got a slow processor according to him. Yes, I need a faster machine like he's got. And then I better do better. Everybody should go over to GUFON and hassle him on the side chat. Yeah, there should be like 1,000 people suddenly show up. And he can't do anything about it. The moderators would be so busy. We should have their testimonials and another video. Well, probably the MUFON investigator would have gone and interviewed them, and that would be all on the file that we don't get access to, right? This is what's wrong with MUFON. But that means they would have to redact the names and addresses and probably blur the faces. Means that someone would have to spend a lot more time doing it, but if you're skilled enough, you should be able to do it quite easily, shouldn't you? And then just make it all public. I think if MUFON did a better job of really making things public and not just keeping cases open so they never go public, the best cases are always left open, never get closed because it's ongoing. Yeah, I just think that's kind of sneaky, you know. So yeah, onto this Chinese one. Maybe I think Gabba gave us this video, but we didn't watch it right to the end. Or it's another version of it. And Robert wanted me to have a look at it and asked me if it was CGI. And we've been through this before, so we'll look at the other video. So remember, these ones were actually search helicopters in China. And that's on long exposure. I think it was about 12 seconds. I think I calculated it out. Bruce Maccabee did also. And you can see the spotlight was going down there and rotating around and looking straight down this way over a period of 12 seconds. And this one here, I think we thought might be a passenger jet coming in to land at the airport. When you zoomed in and looked at it, there was actually other lights on it, which didn't match helicopter lights. And of course, this one here also had extra bits at the top, like a strobe light, which matched a helicopter. And of course, you can see here they're focused on a point as they've been moving in the sky, and you got multiple images overlapping each other. So just play it, and these are the people that are talking about the UFO over the airport, which we believe was a real event, but the images are fakes. I don't know if it's because the government in China wanted that to cover up what actually happened. Kind of makes sense. So yeah, people were trying to profit on to the helicopter ones here. I'll just skim through it.
There was an unknown object seen in the skies over the airport. So according to our regulations...
Alright, so here we see the strobe light here. I think this one is a helicopter. It's got a spotlight. And coming this way. And it's got a red light on the tail fin.
The airspace. Aircraft movements were suspended from 8:45 p.m. to 9:41 p.m.
Airport staff say the first...
Okay, this one here, you can see it's slightly different. It's also got a white, extra white light as well as red ones. And looks like landing lights heading that way. And you can see here, it looks like it goes over the top of the power line. That's just what you call rolling shutter as well. So when they were taking the picture on long exposure, they just moved the camera slightly this way when it was going this way, and overlaid the image of the power line. Just keep
First
on
reports of
going.
the UFO came in just after 8 p.m. from both air traffic controllers and civilians.
I heard that some of the passengers whose flights just landed saw the object, which appeared as glowing lights.
So this is very similar to the O'Hare Airport one, I think, and I think military dropped some flares just to try and cover up, just the same as the Phoenix lights, right? But there are other images which look like were taken not exactly at the same time, different periods in the same day. Now it looked like they were doing a military rocket test, probably somewhere out in the desert going that way, and had a typical contrail. I'm not sure if they got that one.
It was not a normal civil aviation flight. What it actually was, no one knows.
During that...
Alright, so they're talking about multiple things here. There was also like someone famous in China that had the airports locked down as they come and landed, a bit like Donald Trump coming in or something, some official like that. So there's a whole mix of stories that they heard from airport staff. So yeah, maybe the plane was coming into land anyway, and the UFO happened at the same time. So you can see how all the stories could get muddled up.
In the hour in which airspace was closed, 6 flights were grounded and 12 inbound flights had to be diverted to nearby airports at Ningbo, Wuxi and Shanghai. In total, almost 1,000 passengers were
That almost sounds like you, Gabba.
inconvenienced by the closure.
Alright, this one here is again the helicopter one, but it's been mucked around with in Photoshop, and they've added some extra orbs on it. Now, it's fairly obvious that it is CGI, because you can see the light intensity drops off quite a lot every time it passes. Is that a power line there or a fence line? I'm not sure. You can see they add these extra lights in the background. So what's wrong with that one? How do we know that is a fake? Well, where's the lens flare, right? And where's the motion blur and the shakiness of the person? You can see there's some movement there, but you can see everything stays in focus. You know, normally when someone moves, those circles get stretched on the camera, so that circle shouldn't be perfect, right? So if someone moves, it should be fairly obvious. You should see corruption artifacts. Let's see, go back a wee bit. Do you see any artifacts? It just looks like a constant wobble there, not natural. See that little dotted light circling. So this is the one that Robert wanted me to look at. I don't think we looked at this one previously. Can we make it a bit bigger? There we go. I'm not sure where it's from. It looks like, is that Israel writing? What do you call it? Or is it Middle East? I'm not sure. I always get a bit confused. I think it might be Israel, right? What do they call it? And they're writing. Let's see, look it up. Israel. Writing. I don't know. Name. What do they call it? Hebrew. There we go. That's probably what I was looking for. Hebrew alphabet. Looks like that, doesn't it? Okay, let's just zoom in on that one. It's got little squigglies. We call them chicken scratches. It looks like, you know, they clawed it in the ground. But yes, apparently people could understand that. So let's have a look again. Still could be Middle Eastern. So let's just go do a compare. So the origin of the video does matter, you know. Middle East writing. What's that called? Middle East writing. Arabic. Yep. Okay. Fair enough. Have we got an example? Looks more Arabic, doesn't it? Look at that. It's got a little couple of dots. So it looks like an Arabic alphabet there. So yeah, do we trust anything coming out of Iran? See, that's Arabic, isn't it? Who can read it? Original video. Is that what it's saying? I don't know. Have we got any more examples? Yeah, it does look like that, doesn't it? So we probably could break it down. Now we've got an alphabet here. Not really. Let's see. Is that first one meant to be A, is it? Or is it B? Where's A? Oh no, it doesn't look like an A there. Looks like a B. Two B's. I don't know. What's that one there? That's not a C. 1TB again. Yeah, I don't know. Anyway, so straight away I'd be very suspicious of this video. Just carry on watching it.
In China's skies forced Zhoushan Airport to stop operations on July 7th.
So remember, we're looking for whether it looks like it's on a real camera. So we're looking for motion blur, shakiness, corruption of pixels, and the biggie, since we've got a bright light here, we'd expect some sort of lens flare, wouldn't we, in that whole video. Do we see any of that?
Outbound flights were grounded after the unidentified flying object was detected by a flight crew. The incident has captured the attention of Chinese media. For now, the UFO continues to be a mystery. A spokesman from China's civil aviation...
So that ending there sort of gave me the heebie-greebies of a CGI edit. But we'll break it down. Gabbo reckons it's fake. Well, we didn't see any of the camera artifacts, right, that you should see. The colours are off, but I'll break it down a bit more. And they told you it's fake. Well, there you go. Even the Chinese can't be fooled. It's the most famous UFO incident in China. And yet, unfortunately, we can't interview anyone from there. You know, I can't even send. You know, I did the review of my outside cameras. I tried 5 different web links to send this video review of the camera that she could use. I gave her permission, she could use it. And I got this thing back from admin saying, if you post any more, you'll be banned from AliExpress. Did they even watch what I sent to see that it wasn't actually anything nasty about China? The censorship, this is where America's heading. It's heading towards Chinese censorship of everything, where you won't be able to do anything. And digital money, they could stop your money, starve you to death, or whatever. This is the world we're heading into. And people warned us that it was New World Order and all that was coming. And maybe the virus was the first stage of it all. And we now know the truth that American was funding it from Judicial Watch. And actually it's man-made virus. So, yeah. Looks like Arabic, yeah. I think we sussed that one out. I've spoken to people that have seen it. Yeah, we know you have. We spent a whole episode on it almost, didn't we? The CC deleted all photographs, apart from the propaganda ones, right? Isn't it the same as America does? But they're less extreme. Of course, it's free speech, everybody. Free speech. And of course, this video will be now suppressed because I said those things. But anyway, I never get anywhere anyway. The whole video watching is fake. Yep. Everything. Well, the helicopters on long exposure weren't fake, but they were used to fake the idea that that was the UFO. But yeah, I don't think I've missed any comments there. I don't know, I went to Michael King today. Oh, what we got here? One day later. What's this? Kangaroo. Who's talking about kangaroos, Jasper? Full model name. Okay. You're talking about the last video. Yeah. It's pretty old technology, is it? Yeah, look at that. No wonder it's crap. VGA. Who uses VGA anymore? And Q VGA. What's that? High quality VGA? No, it can't be. It's got to be worse quality. QuickTime VGA. Technology is getting better and better all the time, eh? I suppose you looked at my videos of the camera that I'm testing. So I got all year round sky watching. So what's the other problem with this one? So if we step back on this one,
Aviation Administration.
well, maybe forwards. See here. See how bright that is? Now, something that bright would be sending a light towards the steeple here. We should at least see part of the side lit up, right? Even if it's just a white line, there should be something there. It looks like a tree or something here. We should see something illuminated, right? So that's another red flag. And if we step the frames now, if Google will let me.
To ABC News.
Let's see, is it working now? You see that each of these frames overlaid. Google's not doing it for us. I'll go back to where it starts. So even that doesn't look like a UFO there. It's possibly there could have been an airship going through the city in the air. I know in China they do have police airships. So that could have been an airship. And it looks like it's going the wrong direction as well, doesn't it? It looks like they're playing it backwards. Because that looks like it could be the thing underneath. And that could be the tail fin this end here, right? And so it could have been an airship. And then they just modified it in Editor. And made it brighter. Which doesn't correspond to the reflections. But yeah, if we go from that one to the next one. Instantly we got a spotlight. In one frame goes from normal to a full spotlight lit, and then five frames it suddenly goes like that. Alright, we don't see any transition from where it's pointing upwards to almost going horizontal there. And look at that beam of light. That's got to be illuminating that tree and that steeple, right? And look, that should be highlighting something because it's going right behind the steeple. Look how bright it is. And you can see it looks like a series of edited frames and just added into the video. Another, unless Google's mucking up, another 10 frames. It's inconsistent, but it's happening. If it's 30 frames a second, all this is happening in 1 second. So we're just playing it frame by frame. So why would it do a spotlight up top and then expand out in both directions and then turn off and then disappear? 1, 2, 3. Then it sort of changes shape. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then see there was no transition. You'd expect this camera to have some motion blur going up to this one here. So that's my analysis on it. GUFON would say, well, I don't know, it could be real. You can't really say it's CGI. It should prove to us it's CGI. Well, I've gone through my logical steps there, and I've proven it that it is CGI. So yeah, I'll post a link to it anyway. So the newsreader was a clip from a news channel was added into this overall video. So who put it out there? Eyes on Seminar on UFOs. Oh, okay, my mouse was looking up then. So China UFOs airports again, and I'm pretty sure there's going to be some more out there we've probably not seen. So I gave Robert obviously a link to my episode on that we did not that long ago actually. Go lives down here. Now this one here with all the pictures of the helicopter. So if you missed that show, go back and watch it. That's the breakdown of all those other videos, including Bruce Maccabee's analysis on it, or part of it anyway. Part 1 of China Airport, I suppose you should call it. So, yep, that'll do. Moving on. Talk about plasma now. Oh, have we got some other ones here? Oh yeah, so let's just go through plasma. Now, we've seen a lot of videos with so-called bright orbs in the sky. And it's always been the question, could it be natural? But also, what is plasma? So let's just have a look at plasma. Yeah, straight away it's come up with a plasma ball. There we go, just open up that one, top of the page. PSFC, Plasma Science and Fusion Center, MIT. And we've got small writing here. Plasma is superheated matter, so hot that the electrons are ripped away from the atoms, forming an ionized gas. It comprises over 99% of the visible universe. So we're living in a plasma universe. Now, you might have heard one of those theories out there about that. And it comes from electric universe, basically, and they contradict Einstein's theories, and of course then they're sort of hated about it, but some of their stuff actually rings true. Just like the Big Bang, some of it rings true, but not all of it fits. In the night sky, plasma glows in the form of stars, nebulas, and even auroras that sometimes ripple above the north and south poles. In fact, we had one in the sky recently over New Zealand, the South Pole. Although I didn't see it. It was very cloudy, I think. That branch of lightning that cracks the sky is plasma. So that means that Tesla would have been mucking around a bit, right? So are the neon signs along our city streets, and so is our sun, the star that makes life on Earth possible. So we are children of plasma. Without plasma, we wouldn't live. Plasma is often called the fourth state of matter, along with solid, liquid, and gas. There's the other three. Just as liquid will boil, charging into a gas, when energy is added, heating a gas will form plasma. There you go. Soup of positively charged particles, ions, and negatively charged particles, electrons. Because so much of the universe is made up of plasma, its behavior and properties are intense interest to scientists in many disciplines. Importantly, at the temperatures required for the goal of practical fusion energy, all matter is in the form of plasma. Researchers have used the properties of plasma as a charged gas to confine it with magnetic fields and to heat it to temperatures hotter than the core of the sun. Our researchers pursue plasmas for making computer chips, rocket propulsion, cleaning the environment, destroying biological hazards, healing wounds, and other exciting applications. Now there you go, that was quite a good page, wasn't it? I'll paste a link to it, although I've munted reading a wee bit, but this week I have to put up with bad eyes. And dry throat, of course. I'm too scared to eat anything at the moment because I'm a bit crook. So, plasma. So, how could that be related to UFOs then? If the universe is all plasma, wouldn't it make sense that aliens have mastered it? Other life beings in the universe? And could it be part of the formula of travelling vast distances, like a Stargate? And we've often heard of UFO cases where people see these orbs in the sky and they form a new shape, like a TR3B. But then again, there could be some secret DARPA or some military testing going on there as well, couldn't it? So could it create like a short, maybe using like entanglement? Because last time we were talking about entanglement, where the atom was releasing 2 photons. But maybe there's a way of doing that with plasma, where it duplicates like 2 plasmas and has like a thread connecting both of them, a visible thread that you can sort of pass through, maybe like a Stargate. So yeah, who knows? I think our science is so baby still, and we've got a long way to go to understand the universe. And really, this is why we need to get into space, because instead of using radio telescopes to analyze things, we need to actually get into space with the best cameras ever. We're getting up to, what, 120 megapixel cameras now, so yeah, by the time we get into space, it'll probably be up to 5,000. Who knows? Technology is exponential. So yeah, also there's that, is it Sweden or is it Norway? Those lights, what they're called, Hessdalen Lights, or whatever it's called. Lights of Norway. Is it Norway or Sweden? I always get mixed up. Not the Northern Lights. What's it called? How do you spell it? Anyone know how to spell it? I can't even think of the ending of it. Oh, here we go. Google figured it out. Hessdalen Lights. How did you say that? It was Norway. Sweden, I think, I was getting mixed up with, what's that guy's name? Scheisberger. That was mucking around with vortex engines, which to me made perfect sense what he was doing. He was creating a spinning UFO pretty much, and it was creating a vortex like a tornado above it that would suck it upwards. And then he was trying to figure out a way to control it by changing the angle of the tornado above it, and that would make it go on an angle We're talking about UFOs on angles. I'm going to have to do another live show on that and break it all down. And then eventually it would go up and then lose its power. I suppose they have no way of getting really high charges. So it would go upwards and then it would go around in an arc and then come down, and it would crash down into the ground, or mostly lakes over there. And they used to call it ghost rockets, right? So you got these, how do we say that one? Let's see if we can actually get it pronounced. These programs are pretty fun. How to pronounce? Has it got a play button?
Hessdalen Lights.
Hessdalen Lights. I'm not sure if that's correct either, is it? Hest. I suppose it would be Hessdalen Lights. Hessdalen Lights. Oh, there we go. When I hear Hest, I think of the Germans. So the background is going to be a lengthy page on this, I suppose. Lights of unknown origin. They appear both by day and night and seem to float through and above the valley. Now it only happens in one location, this valley that they're talking about. Kind of reminds me about probably where Gabba lives. You know, mountain tops, valleys. It might be geographical in nature, which generates plasma balls. But they're talking about great heat, but maybe they're wrong. Maybe this is where that our science hasn't caught up. It's a bit like what they're talking about, cold fusion. Remember the cold fusion experiments where they said you can get fusion happening in a test tube without all the massive heat? Well, this might be something similar to that. So basically it boils down, this valley has a stream running down it. Most of them have little streams, which we know does generate ions and charges. You know how you sort of get that fresh feeling in the air of a lightning storm, and also if you're around rivers, fast flowing rivers, you get that sort of clean air, because it's got a little, it's sort of creating charge and it's doing ions into the air. So they are usually bright white, yellow or red. Sounds very similar to Gabby's ones there with the red one. But I see they don't mention orange. But if you went from transition from yellow to red, wouldn't it be orange in between? And can appear above and below the horizon. The duration of the film may be a few seconds to well over an hour. That's quite amazing, isn't it? Sometimes the lights move with enormous speed. Right? Enormous speed. At the other times they seem to sway slowly back and forth, though yet other occasions they hover in midair. Sounds like a UFO, doesn't it? Unusual lights have been reported in the region since at least the 1930s. So, did they happen before that is the question. Probably hasn't been reported, right? Especially because back then it would have been more religious. Once you got way back there, we've got less scientific, more religious. So they would have seen it as demons or omens. So maybe they need to search their written texts for demons in the sky or angels in the sky. Especially high activity occurred between December 1981 and 1984. It's kind of interesting. Why would it peak up between certain times? During which the lights were observed 15 to 20 times per week, attracting many overnight tourists. As of 2010, the number of observations had dwindled, with only 10 to 20 sightings yearly. So why would that be? Change in the environment, global warming. It's possible. So many factors here. So it might need the right temperature to create the cold fusion of the reaction. So they found that there's certain rocks in the mountain range there that would be in dust, blown off the mountains in dust. Could be part of the factor of how they start off. I did actually do a video on it and broke it down. I think it's definitely something natural, but who really knows, I guess. It's not like we've got one in the jar to analyze it. So could it be also a certain place in the globe where these plasmas could form and form portals? So it could be a way, like a location that UFOs would have to go back to their own universe, so to speak. So they might be creating a doorway between a universe and our universe and coming in and out. And another location similar to that might be the Bermuda Triangle, right? And there's probably other locations around the planet where this happens. I think there's a place in America where they always get these glowing orange orbs happening in valleys, which I think has been covered on a few documentaries where they tried to capture them live on HD camera now. What was the series? Was it Expedition X, was it? I think it might have tried to do it. What's that place called? No, you wouldn't have seen them. They can just pop this form out of thin air, right? So they can just pop out from nowhere, like they've been cloaked. And then because they got that charge, they just bounce along the mountain range, because it would be like bouncing off the magnetic fields until it dissolved itself within an hour, right? It's not like you tracked one for an hour and see what happens when it disappears and suddenly breaks up. Yep. But you had one formed above your house, which could be part of the information that's how they form, right? But again, it could be, like I said, it could be a way of creating a stargate between locations, and it might be that they can only form it in certain areas on the globe where it happens more often. So it's a bit like Close Encounters. Remember the bit where the ship landed on the Devil's Tower, it might be a bit like that, where certain points on the globe have the right rock makeup in the ground to generate the electric fields, to generate the cold plasma that then turns into, I guess, hot plasma from the reactions, right? Like a fusion reaction. So, yeah, you can see why scientists should be really studying this stuff and taking maybe some of the UFO sightings a wee bit more seriously. But it might be that we've already solved it, that it might be a black ops project. So, we've heard about the triangles appearing out of nowhere above UK. I know they have a lot of different rock makeup there, so there might be just locations like that. There might be that, Norway, Australia, and this place in America, if I can think of what the name was. Orbs over mountain. Let's see. I'll just try a random search. I think it's somewhere up near Kentucky, is it? And we know there's a lot of activity up there. Orbs over mountain, USA. Let's see what comes up. Need locations. Blue Ridge Mountains. Is that the one? Southern Carolina. Upstate. What else we got? Brown Mountain Lights. Here we go. That's the one, I think. So I don't know about Blue Ridge. That sounds Rocky Mountains, is it? Let's look up those two there. Like I said, I'm not sure how much I can go through all this today, because it is a live science debunk type thing I'm doing here. Blue Ridge Mountains. Okay, let's bring up those two. And is it Mount Adams? It's meant to have these plasma boards also formed. It always happens around mountain areas, right? Okay. We've got a Wikipedia on it. Let's have a look. Yeah. How's that look to your area where you live, Gabba? It's pretty mountainous. Lots of valleys there. Maryland. We heard that one before, haven't we? Remember there was a lot. Remember I was reading out about the radiation of Skinwalker Ranch. All those locations had a high radiation background from the rocks, right? This is why we do these things. We start to see connections and patterns. In Skinwalker Ranch, some of the lights in the sky might be just plasma. Okay. Has Travis figured that one out yet? Don't know. So I probably should bring it up on a map. Has it got a map link on this? There is it. Oh, that sucks. I wonder if it goes to Google Maps. Maybe they can't do that. We'll do that in a minute. Okay, let's look at this other one. We're into the other one. Brown Mountains. Here we go. Let's have a look at this one. Okay, it looks very similar to the other location. More green, more forest. Now there's going to be a lot of Bigfoots there, right? It's a lot of Bigfoot sighting. So Expedition Bigfoot, if you watch that series, is actually not too bad. They look like they're doing a serious investigation, not like Finding Bigfoot, which is like entertainment. These guys actually go and camp in certain locations and watch out for stuff. Where there's been recent sightings using metadata, big data. Brown Mountain lights are purported ghost lights near Brown Mountains in North Carolina. Or how do you say that? The earliest published references to strange lights there are from 1910. Okay, it's a bit like Norway then, isn't it? About the same time electric lighting became widespread in the area in 1922. Okay, so there's a connection point there. High voltage power lines. That would have been in Norway too, as well, wouldn't it? Maybe that was part of charging the air. Maybe we know that attracts radon gas. Maybe that's part of the equation. So let's just bring these up. Have we got any pictures of it? What's all that? There's a lot of reading there. It looks like a pretty rocky range there, doesn't it? Okay, research, what was that? Installed 2 low light cameras on rooftops. And they overlook Brown Mountains. By 2014, these cameras had produced 6,300 viewing hours. So this is where you got to set up cameras outside, Gabba. You can be sitting inside and in the warmth, and the camera could be filming what's happening outside, and you can just watch. And if you've got it recording endlessly, you just make a note of the time and just go back and look. That's basically what I do. And that's what it said about that. It's pretty sucky, isn't it? So let's just bring it up on the map. Let's compare these locations. I'm pretty sure there's probably more locations in America where this happens. Let's come up with a place selling lights, Brown Mountains. What we got here? Looks like we've got multiple locations. Tennessee, California, and GA. So what are we looking for? That's Brown Mountain. So is it called Brown Mountain or Brown Mountains? All right. There we go. That's what we want. NC. That looks like the right picture. Look how rocky it is. So let's just go back out to space here. Look at that. Rocky location there. You'd think there'd be some earthquakes there, wouldn't you? Florida below. New York further up. And let's put in the other one. Blue Ridge. Blue Ridge. It's not giving it to us. Try Mountain. Blue Ridge Mountains. There we go. Just down the road, is it? It is too. Look at that, right next to each other. So if you start plotting, there's Kentucky. I told you it was somewhere there. Tennessee. Looks like a hot spot there, doesn't it? And I bet that's on 37 parallel too, is it? How can we find out on this? I wonder if we can add that onto the chart. I know it runs this way. Cuts through 4 corners, isn't it? Look, straight across to the top of Arizona here, 4 corners. Las Vegas. Kentucky. Yep, we've come across this location before. I bet Utah's there too. Let's put Skinwalker Ranch on. Let's see how close it is. Where is it on the map here? So it's slightly off, but not too far off. Skinwalker. Yeah, I have to catch up on the side comments again. Ranch. Not that one. Skinwalker Triangle. Is that the one? Let's see. Yeah, it looks like it is. See how that's not too far off. I wonder if we can put 37 parallel on. Probably have to do it on Google Earth, I think. And the application one. 37th parallel. We just want a concept here. Is that the one? Australia. Well, something we could add on to Gabba's location, see if it cuts, see how it all connects. Maybe we could create a ley lines. Might help if I can type it in right. Yeah, it's going off to Australia. Wonder where that is though. Let's just add it on. Yep, here we go. Cutting right through where Gabba lives, by the looks of it. Yeah, I wonder if I can get it all on the map. And won't give us the dots, but whereabouts was it again? We're too far down. Right, there we go. There to there. I suppose we could draw a line, couldn't we? Let's see. Measure distance. Is that correct? Alright. Where is that going to? Let's try to redo that again. So there. There. Huh? Why does it go down there? I didn't click down there. Strange. stuffed it up now. I forgot to click distance. Distance there to there maybe. Oh, here we go. And then down to there. It's not going to let me scroll the map, I don't think. Might do. Ooh. So where's it cutting through? How can we put your location on there? I don't think that's got anything to do with 37 parallel there, has it? It's too low down. Oh, I want to get out of that mode now. How do I stop it? I can't stop it. I wanted to zoom out. Here we go. Well, now there's some hot spots over here in Brazil as well. Forms a bit of a triangle. So over here, I think it is. Where's Brazil? Can't even see it. Where's Brazil? Uruguay. It's got to be here, isn't it? Oh, there we go. Brazil. So it does form a bit of a triangle, doesn't it? And guess where Bermuda Triangle cuts through? Right there. Although I mucked it up here. Yeah, it's interesting. Another pattern there, guys. Another pattern. Anyway, just moving on. I wonder if we've got some pictures of that one there. Let's have a look at that one. Doesn't sound like they got a photograph of it. No. Alright. Let's get images. Because we know some of these, 99% going to be misidentified. The other ones are going to be unknown. So, yeah. Chinese balloon again. Flares. Looks like we're not going to get anything serious from this. Here's one here. Woman captures video of UFO. So, could it be plasma? It's hard to know. Doesn't report seeing UFOs. UFO footage. Clubber spots UFO. UFO over Wood Lake, wherever that is. Of course, a lot of these end up being Chinese lanterns. So, but then we got the ones that look like perfect spheres. Now that one kind of looks like a Chinese lantern, where it's illuminated at the bottom, and you can just see that if the light fades off, it's going up in that typical Chinese lantern pattern, right? And these could be out of focus, so it could be anything really. Out of focus, you got the ring pattern. And that one there, ring pattern again, so it could be planet, could be anything. Oh, trying to get to that one. That one looks like it's more in focus, so that one could be, doesn't look like a Chinese lantern, does it? So that one could be a legit one. And it's California by the looks of it. Let's just play it. I saw some flashing there. Looks like it's going back and forth though, is it? So now I've lost the reference point, whether he's moving the camera or that's moving. It disappeared, right? But it does look like a cloud cover there. So you should have kept it in frame. We had no reference point. So yeah, could it be a distant plane? Possibly. So that's the problem. We need some proper people that that like Gabba does, like, you know, puts up the apps and runs it through. And we need more people doing that sort of capturing. So back to the lights in Norway. The Triangle Project of 1997. Why did they call it the Triangle? Recorded lights in a pyramid shape that bounced, oh there you go, bounced up and down in 1998. Hypothesis. Despite ongoing research, there is no consensus for the explanation. Number of potentially plausible theories, have been put forward. So let's have a look. There have been some sightings possibly identified as misperceptions of astronomical bodies, aircraft, car headlights, and mirages. So we're talking about Superior Mirage, where car headlights can end up in the sky and look bigger. Probably on side roads on the mountains. One explanation attributes the phenomenon to be incompletely understood. Combustion of airborne, here we go, dust from mining in the area. The analysis identified hydrogen, oxygen, and other elements, including titanium. It was thought that occurs in Hessdalen because of the large deposit of Scandinavium. Okay, I think I did some research on that on an old episode. The research led to the Norwegian press proclaiming that the mystery in Hessdalen is solved. Well, not unless you can duplicate it, I guess, in an experiment. But it does seem like the valleys are keen to making it happen. Else they would be popping up everywhere in the world, right? And so, if they disappeared now, has the mining subsided in the area? So there's also this sort of information that needs to be researched and collected that can verify that claim. So, what's this next one? One recent hypothesis suggests that the lights are formed by a cluster of macroscopic column crystals in a plasma produced by the ionization of air and dust by alpha particles during radon. So I didn't even know that, guys. I was talking about radon before, right? Radon decay. Actually, this last one sounds even more plausible, actually, because that's the thing that was in my head too. Dusty environment, atmosphere, and of course it's going to be. I wonder if they've got power lines. They would have to have high voltage power lines. 1900s. Several physical properties, including oscillation, geometric structure, and light spectrum, observed in the Hessdalen lights, might explain through a dust plasma model. See, I love this stuff. Radon decay. This is the thing. This is why people like Travis Walton need to pay, give respect to people like Mick West and myself instead of just ignoring what we're saying. Radon decay produces alpha particles responsible by helium emissions. There you go. In our spectrum. Radioactive elements such as polonium in 2004, textoranium, how they come up with these words I do not know, showed an occurrence where a high level of radioactivity in rocks, this sounds like Skinwalker Ranch, was detected near the area. This is why I wanted to include plasma in the Skinwalker Lunch last episode, because I had a feeling that it was going to lead this way in this live research. Was because I haven't read all this. It's funny how minds work, you know, and it sort of you start to see connections. Was detected near the area where a large light ball was reported. Dusty plasmas may also form in the structure. I think that's very possible, and now they've got another one here, which again I think might be also part of that one there. Another hypothesis explains Hessdalen lights as a product of piezoelectric generated under Pacific rock strains. So this again sounds like Skinwalker Ranch to me, to a T, because many crystal rocks in Hessdalen Valley include quartz, and that's what quartz looks like there, which produce an intense charge density. I think between that and radon decay, I think is very plausible myself. But I wonder if you can reproduce in a lab. So it goes on a bit here. But anyway, it was a sidetrack. I wasn't actually going to look up that. It's just funny how things lead and connect to each other. So I was going back to talking about space-time. Thinking about space-time and plasma universe, and how they kept saying that space is bent, ignoring the obvious plasma. So this is part of the deep thinking I do and research I do, and trying to understand what UFOs and paranormal is. So I'll just go through the comments here. I'm dreaming is what Gabba reckons. If plasma balls were from mountains, then scientists would film them. Well, you got to remember, the Aborigines had a special name for it. I could forget what it was called now. But it sounds like the same thing as what they're getting in Norway. I never said red, only orange and white. Yeah. Well, white was one of the top ones. But again, might be just slight different variation in the dust blowing off the mountains or mining. There was a lot of gold mining going on in those areas. So, and there's also going to be high power voltage over the mountains. They might have all the similar attributes to produce the same plasma but different color because of the different dust makeup. So scientifically, I think we might be looking at really a similar thing. Nothing I said makes sense. Okay, I can't debate that then. You would know better than me though, Gabba. Right. If a plasma core coming out from a mountain, then I would see it. Okay, we've been through that one too. Some are hundreds of kilometers high. That's space. But that's only your word, that's 100 kilometers up there. I'm not sure how you could measure the height of them by looking through a camera. You know, the inverse square of the light. I doubt a plasma ball from a mountain would fly up into space. But is it flying up in space? Or is that optical illusion? You're not listening. Well, are you? In live, the land of make-believe. And we live, right, I live. Well, we live in a make-believe world, obviously. So if it happens so often, how come, well, they didn't say 10 to 20 times a year over there. So what's that work out? 1 a week, is it? Let's see, 52, 1 every 2 weeks. So how often do you see them? So if it's happening often, how come now no one filmed it yet? I'm not too sure what you mean. There's no patterns. This is a land of make-believe. Well, you don't have to be here and listen, I guess. So no one else is here talking, so I don't know what other people are thinking. So anyway, how does plasma refract light? So we're talking about gravitational lensing here, right? So they claim that light gets bent around a massive nebula or sun or distant star, and you can see the light from behind it bend around. But if everything's plasma, and plasma can bend light, isn't it the same thing? How does that prove Einstein correct? It doesn't. We got another theory that's equally plausible, which it actually can be demonstrated. Well, do you actually see space bent when you look from the International Space Station? Do you actually see the actual space is being bent by gravity? So, question everything, right? So they're going to talk about stuff that we just looked at. Plasma is a collection of ionized gas particle constantly exchanging electrons with each other. So this is talking about how it can bend light. If the plasma is not energetic enough, these processes don't happen on a large scale. Plasma is still there, it just doesn't radiate light. It's in the dark state. Plasma is still matter though, and has gravitational and magnetic effects. So if it's got magnetic effects, right, and gravitational, it's going to pull on photon as it's passing through, right? So some guy here is talking about refraction of light through water. And there was some interesting posts here, so let's just go through it. So as you know, when you shine a laser at a jar of water, it refracts light like this. Would you be able to turn matter into plasma by plasma only by exposing it to light? Knowing the fact that plasma is matter, yes, I have done it too many times. I focus the laser beam has turned air, dielectrics and metals into plasma when we least expected it. Not only the energy but the electric field in the light caused the plasmas to form. This unfortunately has been the end of many mirrors and lenses. A plasma is the only thing that can emit light, or all things that emit their own or reflected light made of plasma. And you can see there's more questions than answers. The plasma that made up the CMB, cosmic background, is it? Of course, no longer exists. It was there everywhere in place for 380,000 years before the universe cooled to 3,000 K, forming neutral atoms. I'm not sure if these guys really answered it. How does light affect plasma? It depends on the intensity of the light you mentioned. If the intensity is not so large, it will just pierce through bulk plasmas. The reason is direct, and even the light electron could not response to the oscillation electric and magnetic fields of light. You know the typical frequency of visible light, 300 terahertz, which is far above electron plasma frequency. So yeah, you can see it goes into deep things here. But the effect is changed when... So could actually plasma be even a living thing? What actually makes us unique, you know? We're a bunch of atoms with electro information passing between electrons. And yet we think we're alive and can think and process and all that sort of stuff. Could plasma itself be a living thing? So that sort of plugs into the paranormal again, doesn't it? What makes life? If someone's in a coma, are they technically dead, you know, because the brain's not functional? or if you become brain damaged, the person is said to be different. So our brains are what make us, isn't it? Talking about deep thinking. What have we got here? Is plasma or matter? Is light plasma or matter? Matter is anything consistent of atoms and molecules. If you heat matter and it doesn't combust, it will eventually melt into liquid and then boil into gas. Heat it further and ionizes, loses electrons to become a plasma. One of the characteristics of plasma is that it radiates energy in the form of electromagnetic radiation. And if this is the visible part of the spectrum, it is called light energy. It's not matter. Plasma is such a prodigious emitter of electromagnetic radiation that if you look up into the night sky, except for the planets, you can see it. It's probably produced by a plasma. This is why the visible universe is said to be 99.999% plasma. Now you can see where we're going with it, right? So plasma and UFOs and paranormal, this is all linked. We are one, we are many. Borg. And let's just keep on going. Does light refract when entering the atmosphere? Why does light get refracted when it travels between two media of different densities? I'm not sure. This one seems to be wasn't the original question I asked. How does this plasma bend light? So let's open that one. Is there any more in that one? No. There's some reason why I like that. Next one, plasma theory of gravitational lensing of light. So yeah, this is another big chunk of readout here. Maybe I should get the reader to read it out. Let's see, can we skim it? The bending of light around massive astronomical objects is generally thought to be a gravitational effect and considered as proof of for Einstein's general relativity. Examples for gravitational lensing range from the apparent shift of the star positions close to the sun to the lensing effect observed around clusters of galaxies. General relativity describes this phenomenon through the concept of distorted space around the object rather than a physical interaction with the light wave. This view can however be discounted as logical inconsistent. See physicsmiss.org. The other hand is it unreasonable to assume that in material and massless objects like light, well, we're sort of considering massless is actually not correct in some of our views. Maybe almost massless. Objects like light can be in any way subject to a gravitational interaction. Well, that's a good point, isn't it? If current modern science reckons it's massless, then how can gravity act on it? Because you need mass to be attracted, right? You can see this is why we've got to keep questioning science and what they claim is solved when it clearly isn't. It's got some problems with it. Is therefore much more likely that a propagation of electromagnetic waves is by their own very nature only that latter is caused by a small scale electric effect due to the plasma charges in intergalactic space. In that a lot of reading case, the average electric field is actually zero due to its random nature and the homogeneity of the plasma, and thus there is no systematic deflection of light associated with the redshift, but only a very small random blurring. Now the point is that in homogeneous plasmas, as practically presented around all massive astronomical objects, must be associated with a non-zero static electric polarization field due to the different ion and electron velocities in a isothermic plasma. The electrons have a velocity about it's got a funny symbol in front, square root of 1800 equals 200 times higher than protons due to their mass being square root of 1800 times smaller, and thus we tend to escape from the plasma, setting up a plasma polarization field in the process, which prevents further electrons from escaping on their own. Applied to the sun thus simply means that it effectively becomes positively charged by an amount, sounds like something Tesla would write, amounts corresponding to the original kinetic energy of the electrons. This energy is given by the gravitational energy of the sun, corresponds to about 1 kilovolt. Is that KE volt? What's that? On my page regarding coronal heating. The sun is at a potential of 1 kilovolt. What was it? It must be kilovolt, with corresponding electric field. So yeah, almost got there. Decreasing outward like what's that one? 1 over R2, not R2D2. Now this electric field is in contrast to random field of homogeneous I can't say it now, homogeneous plasma, static in space and time, and thus could deflect light in a systematic manner. The deflection would obviously also be proportional to the length of light path. So did you understand all that? You can see how these mathematicians go into it all here. MS, Hubble, redshift, blah blah blah. It's going into depth here. So yeah. What's that site off? Plasmaphysics.org. Now, I'm not sure what year that was written. Does it say here? Thomas Smid, M. Masters of Science, Physics, PhD, Astronomy. So you can see not everybody agrees with Einstein's theory being proven when it could be plasma. I'll just paste a link there if you want to read all that out. Plasma lensing. I think this is probably before the new James Webb stuff coming, right? So yeah, showing he hasn't got a date stamp on that. I don't think I saw anything. Because theories, and then later on you get actual observation of what they're claiming. They use that as a proof, right? Proof of concept. We know maths is a tool, it's not actually a proof. This is where it goes wrong. How can we find out what year it was? Looks like a 1980s web page, doesn't it? The content on this site derives largely from my own research in theoretical space plasma. So, I'm not sure who owns this site. Have we got about page? It looks like a 1980s website though, doesn't it? It's probably better than Travis Walton. Not Travis Walton. Travis Taylor. Taylor could do. But he's got lots of qualifications. Research. Simid. What's that name come from? Yeah, I can't see any date stamps on all this stuff. Drives me crazy when people don't put date stamps in. You should always have date stamps. Yeah, he's got a lot of stuff on here. Fields of work. Looks like he's been doing quite a lot of areas in plasma. Radar. Data analysis. Okay, so we got some year numbers here of his work here. So 2003, is it? 20 years ago. 2002. What was up here? Latest stuff. Is there a year number there? Can't see one. Degrees. 1980, there you go. 1987. Looks like he needs to update his webpage though. Anyway, yeah. I suppose he's just another crackpot. Another crackpot, they call him. He doesn't fit in mainstream science, right? But anyway, we should listen to everybody. Okay, we got Blue Chicken. Chat GPT, we know, is based on all the modern science that's going to get out there. See what it says on the topic. Yeah, I'm not sure if we're allowed to do that though. I have got an account. Maybe I can do it in private and take some screen snapshots, maybe. Theory is not fact yet. Must be proven by 2 or more independent peers. Yeah, so why has the Big Bang not been 100% nailed down solidly? You see what I mean? Sounds like a student trying to sound smart. Well, he looks like he's a pretty clever guy. Reading his history of things he's been doing. Plasma sphere, plasma cloud around the Earth. How about this? Another article I found. Oh, we're down to 2 people watching. We must have scared off a few, huh? My bad. But if you don't... This is the problem I find. There's a lot of arrogance in this field of UFOs, and also in space and astrology. Astrology too, probably. But yeah, it pays to actually listen to all the alternative views out there, because they may be correct. And how it fits in with paranormal and UFOs. And considering the universe is plasma. Now we got this one here. Royal Belgian Institute for Space Aeronomy. How'd you say that one? Aerocomedy. Strange words, isn't it? So let's see what they're saying here. Earth's plasma sphere is an inner part of the metasphere. It is donut-shaped region of low energy charged particles, cold plasma. I was talking about cold plasma before. Centered around the planet's equator and rotating along with it. It forms a plasma cloud that enshrouds the Earth as toroidal, a donut shape, is determined by the magnetic field of Earth. The Plasmasphere is located above the ionosphere that extends outwards, with the outer boundary varying dependent on geomagnetic conditions. The size of the plasmasphere changes dependent on the solar wind magnetic interaction. So here we go. I've got some pictures before a storm, after a storm. You can see it gets a bit of a battering from the solar wind, right? That's what keeps us alive. So we are people of plasma. And here's another 3D image of it. So wouldn't the satellites be passing through that too? Magnetic fields, radiation, and plasma. Now we've heard of plasma also as in ball lightning, right? And we know it can pass through glass without, like it's not there. So we've heard stories about that too. So this, before we move on too much, ball lightning plasma. So let's see what comes up with that one. Also, I've typed in something wrong, have I? Yep. Lightning plasma. Now, just bear with me. You know, I'm not 100% today. I'm pretty crook actually. So this punch it in. Ball lightning is a rare and unexplained phenomenon described as luminescent spherical objects that vary from pea size, that's pretty small, isn't it, to several meters in diameter. Again, it sounds very much like orbs. Now we've got a picture here, 1901. Now, when was the first AC power lines installed? About 1900s, was it? That's another thing, because we see this starts to see connections, right? First power lines. AC. When did that happen? The very first operational AC line was put into service in 1885. There you go. Italy. There you go. Got one. Looks like what the power lines that we're using today, actually. First long distance AC line was 34 kilometers, 21 miles long. In 1884 in Italy, also around about the same time. The birthplace of AC grids, Folsom Powerhouse in California. Interesting. There you go. Sort of lines up with the early days of ball lightning, plasma balls. So expand that out again. So 1901, detection of a ball lightning that passes through a house, is it? Kind of sounds like, you know, when people get abducted, they can pass through matter. So how's that possible? Well, if they could generate a plasma beam of light, how would you be able to pull a person through that without damaging them? Well, obviously, if it can pass through walls of a house, then it should be able to pass through even a human being, right, without any damage. It's kind of interesting, all this stuff, isn't it? And it can be pea-sized. They're usually associated with thunderstorms. The observed phenomenon is reported to last considerably longer than a split-second flash of a lightning bolt. And the phenomenon distinct from St. Elmo's fire. Okay, so that's something different, they're saying. Okay, let's just read that one. And we've got a plastic galleon ship here. On a ship at sea. Okay, so looks like it spouts up on the edges of the beam of the lights like a Tesla thing. Okay, Tesla cool. also called witch fire or witch's fire, is a weather phenomenon in which luminous plasma is created by a corona discharge from a rod-like object such as a mask, spire, chimney, or animal horn in an atmospheric electric field. It has also been observed on the leading edges of airplanes. There you go. As in the case of British Airlines flight 009, the intensity of the effect, a blue or violet glow around an object, often accompanied by a hissing or buzzing sound. So they're not orange like the other plasma balls that we're looking at. Often accompanied by hissing or buzzing sounds. The strength of the electric field and therefore noticeable primarily during thunderstorms or volcanic eruptions. So that's here we go. St. Elmo's fire is a reproducible and demonstrated form of plasma. So it's a form of plasma. So we've got all these things that sort of link and connecting each other. And of course, this form creates white and blue objects, right? So it's not mixed in with those other elements. There's some dust like radon gas. High voltage thunderstorms are present between clouds and ground underneath a local electric field of 100 kilovolts per meter. Depends greatly on the geometry, shape and size of the object. So let's go back. Back to ball lightning. So what was the colour of the ball lightning? Did you actually find out here? Some 19th century reports describe balls that eventually explode and leave behind an odour of sulphur. That's very interesting. Descriptions of ball lightning appear in a variety of accounts over the centuries and have received attention from scientists. An optical spectrum of what happens to have, which appears to have been a ball lightning event, was published in January 2014. This and included a video of a high frame rate laboratory experiments have produced effects that are virtually similar to reports of ball lightning, but how these relate to the supposed phenomenon remains unclear. Scientists have proposed a hypothesis to explain reports of ball lightning over the centuries, but scientific data on ball lightning remains scarce. Now, we've heard reports of these balls of light appearing over crop fields and crop patterns being formed. But I think they're less complex to the other ones that have come out in recent years, which sound almost like they're being hoaxed, right? But we've talked about that in the past lives as well. The presumption of their existence has depended on reported public sightings. So, St. Elmo's fire, they said, was more related to plasma discharge. Well, ball lightning seems a slight variation of it. And it has a smell of sulfur, is it? They said it explodes. Kind of weird. Almost sounds like fireworks in that case. Consistent of dense and dark cloud emitting a white substance that grew into a spherical shape under the clouds, from which a fiery globe fell towards the river. So that's from an English monk's description. Physicist Professor Brian Tanner and historian blah 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 identified the chronicle entry as probably describing ball lightning and noted as similar. Lost my way. Where was it? Coming out of dark cloud. I think my sugar level's dropped. Let me just have a drink of sugar. Called Coca-Cola. That's the problem of being sick and not eating, right? My brain has faded. Okay. Great thunderstorm of Widecombe and Moor in the Moor. On early accounts, reports of the great thunderstorm at a church in England, October 1638. 4 people died. Sounds pretty bad then. And approximately 60 suffered injuries during a severe storm. Witnesses describe an 8-foot, 2.4 meter ball of fire striking and entering the church, nearly destroying it. Large stones from the church walls were hurled into the ground and through large wooden beams. The ball of the fire allegedly smashed the pews and many windows. That almost sounds like solid hailstone, if anything. Many windows and filled the church. Filled the church, with a foul, sulphurous odor. That almost sounds like what you get spit out from volcanoes. Sulfur balls. How could that happen in UK? They don't have volcanoes. So could that come from outer space, that one? Meteorite, comet, with comet fragments coming down. Creating plasma. So it doesn't really sound like a typical ball lightning to me. The ball of the fire reportedly divided into 2 segments, one exiting through a window by smashing it open. So that doesn't sound like other things I've heard of ball lightning passing through window. The other disappearing somewhere inside the church. So that sounds like something different. Flames of hell, they said. Superstition. The Slope, Catherine and Mary. What's this? 1726. British newspaper printed an extract of a letter. Okay, let's have a read of this one. As we were coming through the Gulf of Florida, a large ball of fire fell from the element and split our mask in 10,000 pieces. If it was possible, split our main beam, also 3 planks of the side underwater, and 3 of the deck, killed 1 man. So again, that sounds like something coming from outer space, like a comet. It's probably what got Tesla interested in. Tesla calls and creating plasma balls as like a super weapon. But he could only do it with mercury, spitting out mercury balls, or supercharged plasma, I think, is what he was working on. And as you know, mercury is pretty dangerous stuff. So using it as a weapon, spitting it all over the countryside wouldn't be a very good weapon. It would kill everybody. So we probably want some reports of more modern ones of ball lightning. And there's quite a few stories published here. That one looks like it's come through the chimney, doesn't it? Here we go. Ball lightning entering via the chimney. So that sounds something totally different to those other ones, which sound like they're coming from outer space. Paris 1852, 1877, that's getting more up to 1900s. A ball of lightning entered the Golden Temple at Amritsar, India, and exited through a side door. Exited through the side door. Several people served the ball, and the incident is inscribed on the front wall of the Dasha, whatever that is, temple, I suppose. 1894, okay. That's way after power. An unusual prolonged instance of natural ball lightning occurred in Colorado, which suggests it could be artificially induced from the atmosphere. Okay, that's probably where Tesla got some of his ideas from. A beautiful yet strange phenomenon was seen in the city in 1901. What's that? Russia. What's that one saying? Let's just see. Dazzling bright ball, brilliant ball of fire descended gradually from the sky during a thunderstorm and then entered into the house. So that sounds like ball lightning. Then entered into the house. So how did it do that? Where 21 people had taken refuge, wreaked havoc with the apartment, broke through the window, okay, smashed the window, through the wall into the stove, broke through the wall, hang on, wreaked havoc with the apartment, broke through the wall, where did I see window then? Broke through the wall into the stove, into the adjoining room, smashed the stovepipe and carried it off with such violence. And here we go, here's the window bit. It was dashed against the opposite wall and went through the window, broken window. So it doesn't sound like it's passing through matter, it's actually smashing into matter. 1907 ball lightning hit the lighthouse in Western Australia. Here we go. Was knocked unconscious. So that one sounds like it doesn't pass through things, it knocks over things. So yeah, it looks like doesn't sound like plasma, does it? So we got one here. In 1925, multiple witnesses saw a silent ball and near a mailman move along a telephone wire to a school, knock back a teacher using a telephone. Eh? What am I using? Knock back a teacher using a telephone and a bore perfectly round coin-size holes through a glass plane. So it sounds like it melted through. Wire was melted. 210 feet of wire was melted. Several telephone poles were damaged and underground cable was broken and several workmen were thrown to the ground. It almost sounds like a electric shock, doesn't it? So is that hot plasma? It's hard to know. Knock back a teacher using telephone. That sounds like electric shock, where you get a shock and you get thrown backwards. So there's lots and lots of reports here of these things. So here you go, 1994. This is getting more up to science today's. Ball lightning is believed to have gone through a closed window. There you go. It didn't shatter it. So is this the same thing, or is it something totally different again? Because the other ones were talking about smashing. So that was in Sweden, leaving a circular hole. Hang on. That sounds very similar to that one above. Leaving a circular hole about 5 centimeters in diameter. The hole in the window was found days later. Well, wouldn't you notice a draft? 5 centimeters. So what's that? Inch and a half? Oh yeah, 2 inches. Yeah, that's right. Was thought could have happened during the thunderstorm. Lightning strike was witnessed. So if it left a hole, then went into the material, you know, the silicate, did it get vaporized? Oxidized? Did it leave any dust on the ground? So there's not enough information here. 2005 incident occurred in Guernsey, where apparent lightning strike on an aircraft led to multiple fireball sightings on the ground. What does it actually mean by that though? Sightings on the ground. Did I miss something here? No. I would have thought the fireballs would have been inside the craft. 2011, during powerful storm, a ball of light with a 2-meter tower went through a window to the control room of a local emergency services in Liberec, Czech Republic. The ball bounced from window to ceiling, then to floor and back, where it rolled along it for 2 or 3 meters and then dropped to the floor and disappeared. Dropped to the floor and disappeared. So it vanished, dispersed. That kind of sounds like plasma, doesn't it? But it didn't burn anything. So how's it possible that it's hot? The staff present in the control room were frightened. Smelled electrical and burnt cables and thought something was burning. The computer froze, not crashed, and all communications equipment was knocked out for the night until restored by technicians. Aside from the damage caused by disrupting equipment, only one computer monitor was destroyed. So that sounds electrical again. And the smell. Well, you think if it rolled along the floor, it would have left some burnt mark on the floor. So again, we haven't got all the information here, I don't think. Again, that sort of makes you wonder about Foo Fighters, right? How it's related to Foo Fighters. Could the Germans have figured out how to create plasma and fire it up towards planes, and that would get attracted to the metal of the planes and distract the pilots? Maybe they're hoping it was going to go into the planes and destroy the planes, maybe. But wasn't there reports of the Foo Fighter ones actually passing through the metal and just hovering inside the cabins? I'm pretty sure I heard stories about that. But this one here, the ball lightning, sounds like it's plasma that's actually mounting through the windows. But it's funny, I've heard reports of the balls passing through windows and not making any damage. Yeah, so these are all different stories out there. Yeah, so let's see if we can find a report. Foo Fighter. Well, let's just see if we can find some other stories. Foo Fighter passes through plane. That sounds strange when you type it like that, though. Let's see. What have we got? Foo Fighters member suddenly collapses on plane. That's a band, not that one. What were the mysterious Foo Fighters? Smithsonian Magazine. Let's see what they say. So we've got 4 people now with us. Howdy. Have I missed any side comments? It's gone very quiet all of a sudden. You're probably trying to read it with me because I'm having trouble. So let's toward the end of World War II, mission updates from 1415 Night Fighter Squadron took a mysterious turn. Along the details of dogfights over Germany, pilots began reporting and specifically fighting applicable lights following their plane. Where we got? One night in November 1944, Bristol, pilot Edward Radar, blah blah blah, Myers, an intelligence officer, blah blah blah, was flying along the Rhine north of Strasbourg. They described seeing 8 to 10 bright orange lights. That sounds a bit like Gabba's one, is it? Off the left wing, flying through the air at high speed. Neither the airborne radar nor ground control registered anything nearby. So again, we talked about plasma and light passing and bending, refracting through it. So again, that would be obvious that microwave waves would pass through and do the same thing, which is what radar uses. Turned towards the lights and they disappeared. The report continued. Later they appeared farther away. The display continued for several minutes and then disappeared. Myers gave these objects a name, talking a nonsense word used by characters in a popular Smokey Stover firefighter cartoon, Foo Fighters. Why'd you do that though? What made him use that name? That's quite interesting. Reports kept coming in. Objects flew alongside aircraft at 200 miles per hour. So that's moving at quite some speed. If it's plasma. They were red. There you go. They said orange before. They were red or orange or green. They appeared singly or with as many as 10 others. Oh, singly. With many as 10 others in formation, and then they often outmaneuvered the airplanes they were chasing. So why would ball lightning form formations? So yeah, unless there's some intelligence in it. Like I was saying before, could plasma actually be living? You can't discount it, can you? Don't sound like a typical classic UFO flying disc. But we have seen them around other UFOs, right? That Iranian one, didn't they have a ball lightning? Was that the one? No, the Japanese one with the mothership didn't have little balls of light coming off it. Is anything else we can get from this? I was actually looking for ones that actually entered the airplane. I'm not seeing it on the article there. Let's see. Foo Fighter enters plane, maybe. Have we got anything here? and talking about the speed again. The Foo Fighters, today's pilots encounters with UAP. Series of encounters between US Navy fighter jets and strange unknown aerial phenomenon. I still haven't got the answer I was looking for. I'm pretty sure there's one story. I think Robert may have been talking about it. And the pilot was just staring at it, and then it went passed through the back of the plane or something. Yeah, I can't seem to find it. So, I've got something here from a book. Foo Fighters are probably a manifestation of Saint Elmo's fire. But why would they form a formation? Charge distance. Doesn't make sense, really, does it? There's so much we need to research and get answers for still. Right, here's one. Strange phenomenon. What's that one? Foo Fighters are probably enters window. Looks like it's been truncated. Let's just open that one up and just have a look. Looks like it's on a book. Ooh, I made a mess of that. Yeah, I just can't find it. Foo Fighter. Let's see. Pilot stairs. Maybe I can find the story again. It's funny how a lot of stuff is disappearing off the web. It's probably got cancelled cultured on that one. Get it off the web so people can't find out about it. We found a few more here though. Microphone just getting away there. You probably heard it. Declassified. Looks like it's a YouTube video. Not the best option. Theories. Let's have a look at that one. Foo Fighters may seem like a blast from the past. World War II, there have been some sightings since, and thus in particular puts doubt on many of the common theories. Well, the government has dismissed them as unidentifiable, but certainly not extraterrestrial. We aren't so sure. Foo Fighters are more than an interesting name chosen by an American rock band. Unusual weather phenomenon. Don't they love that one though? Nazi technology. It's another favourite one, isn't it? But Germans might have figured out how to produce them, but not control them, and use them as a distraction, or hoping maybe it was experiment to see if they can knock down the planes with them. Pilot hallucinations. Oh yeah. Yeah, I don't think so. Electromagnetic phenomenon or reflections. Well, electromagnetic would be part of it, I'd say. Official line from the CIA. We're both non-threatening and likely to be nothing more than electrostatic or electromagnetic phenomenon. They also suggest that the fighters might be simply reflections of sunlight bouncing off ice crystals. Why would it be traveling along at 200 miles per hour though? That sounds like horse crap, doesn't it? That's what you call a cover-up story right there. Why not spacecraft? Well, they're pretty small. Unless they're small aliens. You can't discount that. Maybe there's little ants inside. Intelligent ants, like that latest movie out from Ant-Man. It's quite a good movie if you've not seen it. What's it called? Quantum Mania. Unidentified flying phenomena are also prevalent in our skies and seen by many people, including highly qualified pilots who have seen all kinds of flying debris, called Mylar balloons. So yeah. Not a really good bunch of explanations there, was it? I didn't mention plasma, but I think electromagnetic one from the CIA is probably part of that. I still didn't find that story about the pilot staring at one inside the cockpit. This is where you need Robert. Maybe he's got his finger on it. Close Encounters. Maybe it might be in that one. No, maybe not. Up in the air, US presidents, balloons and UFOs. Isn't that the case though? Did World War II pilots really see Foo Fighters? It's all in your mind, all in your mind. Go away, go back to sleep. Iraq. I don't know, but I was on an airplane in Iraq when one flew by. Okay, still not entering the plane though. Yeah, there's quite a lot of stuff on Foo Fighters. But it looks like it might be copying and pasting the same stuff, same information. Or trying to sell a book or something. So yeah, might just move on. Looks like I can't find it. Yeah, it looks like all the same sort of stuff, doesn't it? Nazis' newest trick, fireballs. Follow or precede planes. Yeah, so let's have a look at that one. Did it happen in certain areas though? We're talking about mountain ranges. Did it happen over sea or around lightning storms or over mountain ranges? See, there's a lot of stuff that you need to do research on to figure out, right? And more information you get, the more connections you can make to it. So it looks like the same information. It's about the speed. They're saying that 300 miles per hour here. Psychological weapon from the Nazis. Possibly. Radio controlled. Intelligent reports seem to indicate it is radio controlled from the ground and can be paced for the planes. So that's another possibility, I guess. Could the Germans had figured out how to generate plasma, but also have something inside of it that was able to control the electromagnetic field, which made it move? You never know. But then again, that information has been lost. It hasn't been come forward in paperclip or anything like that, right? Unless the Russians got the information on it and didn't share it with the rest of the world. Let's see. Picked me up recently at 700 feet and chased me 200 miles down the Rhine Valley. Ah, right. So it is over a valley, guys. So again, it fits in with the plasma stuff, which then discounts it being maybe man-made and radar controlled. I turned a starboard and 2 balls of fireball turned with me. Well, that sounds like intelligence. Or maybe it's just attracted to the metal, right? Like a magnet. I turned to the port side and they turned with me. We were going 260 miles an hour and the balls were keeping right up with us. But you get that with magnet attraction too, right? And if it gets closer and closer, it gets sucked. Bang! On another occasion, when a Foo Fighter picked us up, I dove at 360 miles per hour. It kept right off our wing tips for a while and then zoomed up into the sky. Now, why would it do that? And if it was remote controlled, why would they do that? You see what I mean? If they're using it as a weapon or distraction tool. So it followed them while they were diving, and then it zoomed up into the sky. I suppose it could have the charge of the plane changed in a way that it simply was attracted to something else and went up the other direction. I suppose that's a possibility, right? But what? Charged cloud? It's possible. When I saw the things off my wingtip, I had the horrible thought that German on the ground was really to press a button and explode them. Okay, that was quite interesting. What else we got? PIA pilot catches Foo Fighter in the skies of Karachi. I don't know how you say that. Karachi. Was that Japan? Let's just open it up and have a read, I suppose. UFO. Nazi UFO model. Okay. Let's do a search on that word. Middle East, is it? Yeah, looks like it. Let's see. It's the largest city in Pakistan. There you go. Fair enough. Population of 20 million. Yeah, so now we know where we're heading. Okay, so what do we got here? According to sources, International Space Station or Starlink satellite may be visible. Ah, right. Could they have been mistaken? That's the question. Oh no, it's from Scott C. Warren, so we can't trust it then. Oh no. Anything here we need to read out? It looks like Scott C. Warren was trying to get promoted again and make some money. So yeah, I can't trust that one. So it sounds like it could have been mistaken identity rather than actually a 3D sphere. That one. There wasn't much said about it there either. Anyway, yeah, can't find the one I was after after all that, but that was quite interesting. So where did we get to? Oh, right, we're talking about the plasma field around the Earth, and we got sidetracked on Foo Fighters. So, yeah. So it looks to me like it's got to be throughout space, isn't it? Does that mean that plasma down to pea size could be passing through International Space Station? But would it leave a hole? Plasmatic metamaterials bend light. Here we go, backwards. So I found this article here. 2020, January 2020. A thin film patent with nano antennas exhibits negative refraction of light, a useful feature for sub-wavelength imaging. Okay. Materials that refract light the wrong way could be used to make optical lenses. I was talking about cameras that can image objects smaller than visible wavelengths. So-called negative refraction has been demonstrated in thin films in which surface plasmons, collective charge oscillators, have been excited by a powerful laser. Now an international team involving Purdue University, Indiana, and University of Glasgow, UK, and the Imperial College of London, blah blah blah, show that they can more efficiently achieve the same effect by placing an array of nanoscan antennas on a film. So can we actually see it? The base layer for the team's device was a 40 nanometer thick film of indium tin oxide, ITO. Indium. Okay, so we need to find out what that is. Isn't that radioactive? I don't know. Let's find out. Indium is a chemical element with a symbol In and atomic number 49. Indium is the softest metal that is not a alkali metal. It is silver white metal that resembles tin in appearance. It is a post-transition metal that makes up to 0.21 parts per million of Earth's crust. Doesn't sound very much of it then. What's it used for? Which is an important part of touch screens, flat screen TVs, and solar panels. Okay, it looks like it might be used in meta lenses for smartphones of the future too. This is because it conducts electricity, bonds strongly to glass, and is transparent. And so that sounds like what they'd use for cloaking technology, right? It's transparent, nitrate, phosphate, and semiconductors used in transistors and microchips. It makes you good. It's like that e-paint for the cars, right? What if it uses that? I suppose that would be copyright and classified, so people don't steal it. So if it can bend light backwards, right, when you think about it, I think this could be used in cloaking technology, right? So that means you'd make something, light would be hitting it, then you'd bend it backwards on itself. So that means you wouldn't see it, because that means the light beam's going back against itself, and it would nullify itself, wouldn't it? How would that work? I suppose you could bend it in all sorts of directions too. So eventually it would be like a predator, wouldn't it? So it would be like a shimmering cloak. Anyway, that's quite interesting. So we never know what we're going to find out and go from this stuff that I find. The base layer. Okay, where did we get to? Conductor, optoelectrics applications. Shining a laser onto the film excites a plasmonic oscillations, especially the ellipson near zero mode. What the hell? At the material's plasma, here we go, plasma frequency. These oscillations produce non-linear optical effects, but triggering them usually requires an intense light beam. To simulate the phenomenon with a weaker, more widely available light source, the team fabricated a square lattice pattern of 30 nanometer tall gold nano antennas on top of the ITO. Now this has got to be used for military. This really sounds military use. The antenna's plasma frequency matched that of the ITO film. The plasmons produced in the antennas coupled with those in the ITO film to form a single two-component plasmonic device. To measure the optical properties of their device, the researchers shone a second laser onto it obliquely while it was being stimulated. The reflected component of the second beam reversed entirely, backtracking along its initial path. So how would that work? The refracted component meanwhile continued on a deflected trajectory through the IT film, bending in a direction opposite to that of the refracted ray in a conventional optics. What's that even mean? Can we have a video of it? Okay. Anyway, I'll share the article there. It's the sort of thing alien scientists would be talking about, wouldn't it? Maybe he doesn't even know about this article, I don't know. Bending light. So if humans are figuring out this stuff, then what's Mother Nature up to? are we doing for time? Let me just check. I've got one person watching, so it's got too technical for you guys. Yeah, you're not interested in science, I know. Was Einstein wrong? Yeah, what was the... Oh, it's coming up to 4 hours. Yeah, it's probably time to break it up, really. But, let's carry on here. Was Einstein wrong? The case against space-time theory. So there's another article I found here. Dated 2022. If Einstein was wrong, could killing off space-time theory help us better understand the universe? Yeah! I love that. Was Einstein wrong? Okay, repeating the thing. As in history, revolutions are the lifeblood of science. Bubbling undercurrents of disquiet boil over until a new regime emerges to seize power. This happened many times in history of physics and astronomy. First, we thought Earth was in the center of the solar system, an idea that stood for over 1,000 years. Then Nocculus Cuperus Gnosis stuck his neck out to say that the whole system would be a lot simpler if we are just another planet orbiting the sun. Despite much initial opposition, the old geocentric picture eventually buckled under the weight of evidence from the newly invented telescope. Then Isaac Newton came along to explain that gravity is why the planets orbit the sun. Wow. Einstein thinks not. It spent space with the gravity. He said all objects with mass have a gravitational attraction towards each other. According to his ideas, we orbit the sun because it is pulling on us. The moon orbits Earth because we are pulling on it. Newton ruled for 2.5 centuries before Albert Einstein turned up in 1915 to usurp him with his general theory of relativity. The new picture nearly explained This new picture neatly explained inconsistencies in Mercury's orbit and was finally confirmed by observation of a solar eclipse off the coast of Africa in 1919. Instead of the pull, Einstein saw gravity as a result of a curved space. He said that all objects in the universe sit in a smooth, fourth-dimensional fabric called space-time. Yeah. Massive objects such as the sun warp the space-time around them, and so the Earth's orbit is simply the result of our planets following this curvature. Okay, so to us that looks like a Newtonian gravitational pull. The space-time picture has now been on the throne for over 100 years. So will it change? And has so far vanquished all pretenders to its crown. The discovery of gravitational waves in 2015, which I call bullshit, was a decisive victory. But like its predecessors, its two might be about it too might be about to fall. This because it's fundamentally incomplete with the other big beast in the physics zoo, quantum theory. I can see the infighting now. So there's a picture of bent space. Even though we don't see space bent, that's what we have to believe in. It spins around in its little egg cup. Yeah, okay. The quantum world is notoriously weird. Single particles can be in two places at once. Only by making observation do we force it to choose. Before an observation we can only assign. I missed something there. It doesn't matter. Blah blah blah. Oh, Erwin Schrödinger devised a famous way to expose how perverse this idea is. He imagined a cat in a sealed box. Yeah, I don't like that one either. Did the tree fall if you don't hear it? Yeah, such a picture cannot be reconciled with a smooth, continuous fabric of space. Gravitational field cannot be in two places at once. Unless it connects to a multiverse, it could be. Like it's the inverse on the other side of the connection point. According to Einstein, space-time is warped by matter and energy, but quantum physics says matter and energy exist in multiple states simultaneously. They can be both here and over there. So where is the gravitational field? Ask House Finder. Nobody has an answer to that question. Try and use general relativity and quantum theory together and it doesn't work. So you can see there's a lot of problems. Lots of problems with the so-called things that we accept as true. So what if it ever be resolved then? Above a certain energy you get probabilities that are larger than one, said Hessdalen Fielder. Is that Hessdalen Fielder? What's that stand for? That's obviously a German name. Probably me. Let's see. We could find out what it actually means. Probably. Let's just look it up. It's not going to let me select it. Let's see. Ooh, what disconnected? That crazy scientist lady. Yeah, she's pretty good though. She must be the one they're talking about, is it? Born 1976. Sabine Hossenfeder, German theoretical physicist. Is that the same one they're talking about? They didn't say the first name, did they? I reckon it must be her. I've played some of her videos before, I think. I'm not sure if it's on air or not, but I've certainly have watched some of hers. Bachelor degree in mathematics and a PhD in physics. Yeah, so I want to find out the main. Here we go. You radiate with a dynamic and efficient energy. That sounds like astrology chart, doesn't it? Strong sense of order and organization skills. Yeah, I want to know what the two words mean. Translate. It's Dutch, not German. Borrowed from German. It means swing, sway. And what's the other word? Sway, swing. It wasn't spelled that way, was it? Filled. There we go. Coming up in Czech English. Free German English. There we go. That means what? Where can I see it on this page? Means filled. So swing filled, sway filled. Kind of a strange name, isn't it? Swing filled. Okay. Not Seinfeld. Okay, so she's debating Einstein, is she? That's kind of interesting. I thought she was on board with that stuff. One is the highest probability possible. It means an outcome is certain. You can't be more than certain. Equally, calculations sometimes give you an answer infinity, which has no real physical meaning. The two theories are therefore mathematically inconsistent. Here we go. It's always mass debates, isn't it? So, like many monarchs throughout history, physicists are seeking a marriage between rival factions to secure peace. They're searching for a theory of quantum gravity, the ultimate diplomatic exercise in getting those two rivals to share the throne. This has seen theorists turn to some outlandish possibilities. Arguably the most famous is string theory. Oh no! This idea that subatomic particles such as electrons and quarks are made from tiny vibrating strings. Yeah, I don't like string theory at all. Just as you can play strings on a musical instrument to create different notes, string theorists argue that different combinations of strings create different particles. I think the upper rope without a ladder. So yeah, you can see there's a lot of things here. Quantum gravity. Always sounds cool when you put the word quantum in front of some other word, right? Have we got quantum dogs? For sure we have. Have we got quantum humans? Probably in the future. Let's see. Quantum gravity. They can get the two theories to play nicely if they do away with one of the central tenets of general relativity, that space-time is a smooth, continuous fabric. Instead of, they argue space-time is made up of a series of interwoven loops. So they can't even, you know, they're talking about space-time being correct, and they can't even get over that. That is, that it has structure at the smallest size scales. This is a bit like a length of cloth. At first glance, it looks like a smooth fabric. Look closer, however, and you see it's really made up of a network of stitches. Complicated stuff, huh? The trouble is that when quantum gravity physicists say small, they mean really small. These defects in space-time would only be apparent on the level of the Planck scale, around a trillionth of a trillionth of a trillionth of a meter. That's so tiny that there would be more loops in a cube centimeter of space than a cubic centimeter in the entire observable universe. If space-time only differs on the Planck scale, then this would be difficult to test in any particle accelerator. It goes on a bit, doesn't it? Look at this, still going. To make progress, we might have to go a step further than saying space-time isn't the smooth, continuous fabric Einstein suggested. You mean Einstein could be wrong? According to Einstein, space-time is like a stage that remains in place whenever actors are treading its... Maybe they're both wrong. Maybe they're all wrong. Maybe it's not that complex. Even if there were no stars or planets dancing around, space-time would still be there. The attraction of this theory, called modular space-time, is that it might help solve another long-standing problem in theoretical physics regarding something called locality, and a notorious phenomenon in quantum physics called entanglement. Physicists can set up a situation whereby they bring two particles together and link their quantum properties. They then separate them by a large distance and find they are still linked. Which could be with plasma too, right? Change the properties of one and the other will change instantly, and if information has travelled from one to the other faster than the speed of light. Oh no! Doesn't that break Einstein? Violation of relativity. Einstein was so perturbed by this phenomenon that he called it spooky action at a distance. And there's our two plasma balls. But they're talking about atom levels here. Or photons. Connection. Yeah, it's still going on. Modular space-time theory can accommodate such behavior by redefining what it means to be separated. If space-time emerges from the quantum world, then being closer in quantum sense is more fundamental than being close in a physical sense. Yeah, maybe Einstein was right. It is spooky. Yeah, so let's skim read the rest of it. This may all sound incredibly esoteric, something only academics should care about, but it could have a more profound effect on our everyday lives. We sit in space, we travel through time, and if something changes in our understanding of space-time, that will impact not only on our understanding of gravity, but of quantum. So it all collapses, doesn't it? If they figure out something is wrong. That was on space.com. I'll post a link to that one. Anybody alive out there? Are you stuck in your quantum bubble? Quantum bubble. Let's see. Einstein wrong. Obviously there's lots of problems. People just ignore it though. Especially in the UFO world. So let's go on to the next one. So, atomic clocks, talking about entanglement. Why do atomic clocks occasionally fail? And yet we use them for tracking time, right? So the atomic clocks like NIST F1 are extremely accurate, yet they can lose a second in a time frame of several million years. Ah, well, we shouldn't need to worry about it then, should we? Why aren't atomic clocks 100% accurate? Yeah, like, why isn't our science 100% accurate? I think your question needs more details. Answer: atomic clocks are not perfectly accurate due to various systematic effects that slightly modify the atomic transition frequency from the unperturbed frequency. Good example is a drifting magnetic field. You know how satellites lose time because they use atomic clocks. And they kept saying it's because of space-time, right? But here we've got a problem here already, talking about magnetic fields can actually affect it. Now we know there's magnetic fields around the Earth, but can you actually seriously block out 100% of the magnetic field? And we're talking about atoms here. We're talking about atoms, oscillations, the frequency, right? So this has always been an argument that people says that the satellite losing time is because of errors in our science and not because it's proof of space-time. Because gravity is pulling on the atomic clock as you go up higher in orbit. The curvature changes, even though we don't see it. But we know the magnetic field also changes as you go higher and higher. Apparently they use 3 levels of shielding around the atomic clocks so the magnetic field is, according to their readings, can't be measured. But it might be that you're moving through space, which is also changing the magnetic field, right, as you're moving. And it might be just enough just to change the oscillation slightly to lose that time factor. Yeah, but they won't accept it. They've got to say it's space-time. It's nothing to do with the magnetic fields. But anyway, we'll just go through it. But there might be something else, right? We know there's dark matter and dark energy. Well, they think there is. Because that's how they can explain the Big Bang, right? But maybe they're totally wrong as well. But let's say there's a energy level or dark matter passing through the atomic clock. Now, is that possible that can affect the time and not actually space-time again? Well, yes, of course it's possible if you want to think outside the box. So we've got a drift in the magnetic field, which would get an orbit. Often atomic clocks may be operated at a static non-zero magnetic field, but the magnitude of this field can be measured and accounted for occasionally. But if the field drifts over time, this can result in uncompensated drifts in the transition frequency and thus uncompensated drifts in the counted time. An analog to a mechanical clock is the following. If you put up a pendulum clock on a boat, that rocking of the boat will jiggle the pendulum, causing it to keep time wrong. In atomic case, the magnetic field jiggles the atomic transition frequency. Here is a table tabulating some of the systematic uncertainties in a optical AL plus iron clock, one of the most accurate clocks in the world. Fractional frequency drifts and associated systematic uncertainties for AL quantum logic clock. Okay, so talking about diving in deep into science. Electric quadrupole. Hey John, you still with us? Yeah, I'm not sure how much. I might have to wrap up in a minute. I probably can resume it. And then we're heading on to Big Bang. Didn't happen. So yeah, got some really interesting articles to go over. And then we got the James Webb Telescope, where they're debating whether it disproves the Big Bang Theory or not. Talking about plasma sheaths formed by spacecraft. So yeah, we got, I'd like to break it up into another episode. New spaceship antenna prevents radio silence. So yeah, we got some other stuff. Researchers argue black holes would destroy all quantum states. So yeah, a few more articles to go through here. That's why I did the UFO stuff at the beginning. And talking about what is ISO and cameras. So, and some more on Einstein. Maybe that should be moved down this way. We were just covering that before. Okay, so that on atomic clocks. You're the only person around now. Atomic clocks. So yeah, they're using that argument to prove Einstein's space-time. And I call bullshit. It's going to be something that's getting through the shields that they're talking about. Whether it's electromagnetic, magnetism or whatever. That's somehow changing the frequencies. We're talking about very minute frequency shifts though. But you've got to always question everything. Atomic clocks and solid walls, new tools in the search for dark matter. Okay, so I might just wrap it up on that point and just resume another time. Einstein, atomic clocks, Big Bang, James Webb, plasma sheaths, and other stuff, articles here. So yeah, we're up to time for me to go and get something to eat probably, and now I feel a wee bit better again. Just past 4 hours here, so yeah, it's a good time probably just to wrap it up on that. We got through quite a bit there, I think. Hopefully it gets you thinking about plasma balls and ball lightning, Foo Fighters, and all that sort of stuff. And see, look into the more of the research side of things to explain some of the sightings we're seeing. So yeah, it doesn't have to be aliens, but could it be also, as I pointed out, part of the so-called UFO portals idea of, and maybe it could be men behind it using their black ops triangles to fly through and jump from one country to the other instantly. Sci-fi, maybe not. Maybe there's some real science to it. as we've been going through here with the entanglements. So yeah, I'll leave it there. I want to obviously do a show breaking down the latest Skinwalker show as well. What's the other stuff? Gravity inside UFOs, or why they'd be on angles. I want to do a breakdown of that too at some stage. There's a lot of deep thinking to go over. Looks like Gabba took off, did he? Got upset. Gabba and I don't think we're going to be able to get on. Hey, Shogun, you made it. God, you're up either early or up very late. I only saw one comment there. That's probably why I missed you. The last famous words of Gabba. Is it working now? Yep, it's still working. Okay. So my stuff is BS, even though I'm going over science articles and trying to connect dots. So we got meteorite impacts millions of years ago, which rich in iron and magnetic properties. Applying it to Skinwalker Ranch, so these plasma balls and piezoelectric effect, radon, everything's sort of fitting, isn't it? So yeah, it's really interesting. Once you start looking into radiation and all that other stuff. So yeah, I'm just going to wind up now because my brain's had it after 4 hours of this technical and all that sort of trying to read it as well. But yeah, we're probably, it's like a starting point, and then you sort of break into more stuff comes out, and then you can sort of piece it together more and say, oh, remember that one we did when we looked into plasma? So yeah, I've been doing this for 8 years now, and I think more of it's sort of making more sense. The more you look into this science-related side of things, not enough people doing it though. Anyway, better get up the thing and say good night, and I'll see you again next live show. I'm not sure when it's going to be. Robert's not going to do one tomorrow with me. He's going to push it to next weekend. But that's fine because I'm not feeling terribly well at the moment, as you know. But see you again in the future, guys. And take care on the roads. And get a bed. I wanted to do it earlier still, but because I was crook, I couldn't. And they were chopping a tree down the outside anyway. So, lucky enough they finished just before I started. Unfortunately, they chopped down the peach tree that was making like 300 nice peaches a year. Fortunately, it got too big, too close to the fence. It grew from the compost heap, apparently. But I think once the tree gets too big, it sucks out all the nutrients, because they've got the garden next door to it. It sucks all the nutrients out the ground. Shame it wasn't in the middle of the lawn, I guess. Anyway, I should click end on this and see you again soon. Join Discord if you want to chat to me. The link's in that pinned comment, and we'll leave it there. Paul's stirring up all the people out there again. Yeah, was it not ending? Yeah, it's because they added a confirm thing to it now.